Beverly Rose. You probably don't know her. Yeah, they have a ministry here. What her the one I'm talking about, she's an elect lady, so to speak, what they call elect ladies. But elect ladies walk in the truth. I seen someone on Facebook said, "What do they mean when they say elect ladies?" I was like, Lord. And I said, elect lady is a terminology used by the elder in John when he said, "Beloved, I wish that you prosper being him." It was him. He said, I'd be happy to see the elect lady walking in truth with her children. See, everybody that follows the elect lady should be walking in truth. You ain't finna walk in no error. Mm-mm. One preacher asked me, what do it mean? I said, see, they never called them first ladies. They said elect. So you're supposed to use what the Bible used. So when you say first lady, that means you must have a second, third, and fourth lady. It ain't but one. All this adultery in the church. I would love to see if Daddy had a church in this time. If he had one, he'd probably be really getting bad with it.
He had a lot of respect in the street.
Huh?
He had a lot of respect in the street when we used to go around.
Yeah, people would say yeah,
He
he
didn't have
had
a
a third grade education. Yeah, I hear
he
you.
didn't have a bad name.
Uh-uh. But people that he called out, they didn't like him.
But
I
we did.
had
I didn't know that part because everywhere we went, I guess we only went where he was accepted.
preaching
Like,
that.
yeah, because he definitely he only fooled with Darren McCoy, and he liked that man at Bible Way.
Yeah, he don't. Yeah, Bishop Aaron.
Yeah, he liked Bible Way.
Yeah,
Number 2, where Carrie got married.
yeah. I went there. I enjoyed it too.
He
See,
liked.
you can't eat from everybody because when you a truth eater, when you eat the truth, you looking for that because your appetite and your palate only desires that. And anything that is not of the truth, you immediately gonna spit it out. That's why Jesus says, "Speak the word only." That's all he can eat is the word, because he was the word. And he said, "Except you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you ain't got no life in you. So if you don't have the truth, you don't have no life."
Yeah, he liked that church down there. That's what that man he believed the woman sit down.
Oh, you talking about Elder Lawton?
Whoever owned run Bible Way, and
Well, it's Brother Aaron's is at Bible Way, but there is a
it's
Bishop Lawton that was on Old Savannah
it's
around
right
that
there.
area.
It's right there. You go down Martin Luther King, and you turn right there. He was almost down the street from where your pastors first started, and he on the right
Oh,
hand
New
side.
Life.
Yeah, where New Life first
Uh-huh.
was, and go on down the street, and he on the right hand side, and it's brick.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know he used to go to Pastor Lawton Church and say the Bible talking. Bible talking.
yeah, and that's why Mommy used to get in trouble at every Sunday, every single Sunday,
Yeah, and she got in trouble every Sunday, then she wasn't in order yet.
every single Sunday.
Mm,
It wasn't one Sunday past we didn't get in trouble. No harvest table for us.
mm-mm.
Daddy used to
Why
come.
don't women want the truth?
Cause mommy knew she was called too, but she didn't know how to do it. And she didn't like Daddy telling her she couldn't say nothing. She didn't understand because she knew she had a prophetic anointing on her too. And in that church, they don't believe in no women talking. The women had their head covers and they said quiet. Darren McCoy church too.
Right, but that anointing is not over the husband.
What you mean?
Because you're not going to be, okay, let's say uh, he married you. He has to release you. He is your Christ.
But
There is
see,
no,
but see,
a lot of
mommy and mommy and daddy got married under Ella Gordon,
Okay,
and
even if they got married under Ella Gordon is the same. He
he ain't believe in no pants either. Remember, for a long time, daddy said no pants.
right. Really, I don't really believe in them either, and I'm trying to get out of them because I think that a woman is a woman and a man is a man. And if the Lord said don't wear a man's garment or nothing that appears to be like a man, a woman shouldn't wear it. If a man wore a dress, we look at them crazy. Or anything that's a
Oh, so
woman's garment.
that's what that mean. Doing this say no pants.
Yeah, you don't wear nothing that pertains to a man. Pants pertain to men. And then if women wore neckties and
See,
they,
that's what I mean by teaching, cause I just heard mommy and them arguing about it all the time, but they ain't never explained what it meant. They would
yeah,
just be, daddy would just say they ain't supposed to be wearing that.
yeah, and then if you go get your hair cut like a man
Oh,
with a line on the side,
that was definitely not happening.
mm-mm.
Daddy
See all
definitely,
of that, because then you making yourself look like a man. You look like you pertain to a man.
daddy didn't
So,
like none of that. Daddy didn't believe you
mm-mm,
cutting your hair.
mm-mm. It said if it be a shame for a woman to be shorn, if it be a shame for a woman, um, to be shorn, then let her be covered. That's why you cover, because your hair is your glory. And a woman that don't honor her glory, you don't care if they. I told the people, y'all need to have shears in the church.
Mhm.
I still did. When that woman come up in there with all that long weave on, if you can't cover your weave, you can't preach either. That's your hair that you got it acting as your glory on that day. You either got to cover it or bring me the scissors and sit here. We're going to cut you in front of the church. I'll be just
Oh
as scared.
Lord, where that
Sure
come
will.
from?
It said shorn them. If it ain't shame for her to be shorn, let her be covered. That's the only option you got, ma'am. Women coming in there with all them tight dresses, all that hair hanging down your back. It's not yours, so it's a false glory. Said, Lord, they wouldn't want it. They wouldn't want I believe it just like that. When I go in church, mine is covered, whether it's short or long. I cover my glory so he can get the glory, which is my husband. And I say he's the head over me. That lets you know, let people know you're under subjection because your head covered. You got an authority over you. But when you come in there, your head bare, his head ain't covered because he can't cover it because Christ is his head. So then the woman is out of order, which makes the man look out of order, that he has no jurisdiction over her. Or either she's disobedient to him. So in order to make him look good, then she have to cover her head because her will is his will. She got to want him to do him good all the days. And you come into church and your hair hanging down your back, or your face made, your heels tall as 6 inch heels, your booty all tight, honey, honey. No, all these churches out of order. I'm telling you what I know. It's not according to what's written. They just doing what they wanted to. Mm-mm, mm-mm. And mommy was pretty enough to cover her head. She could have covered it. Daddy wasn't telling her nothing wrong. He was right. And if he was here, I'd say, you taught me right. I read it for myself. When you read it, that's the word. You got to believe it or you reject it. It ain't no, well, let me see if I can, what I could pull from this. You can't pull nothing.
Mommy ain't believing none of that, child.
Well, then, if she didn't believe in it, then she didn't believe the gospel.
She wasn't doing none of that.
Because
And
it said
she
apostles
used to go
Paul.
in the bathroom and tell them women,
Mm.
and they used to go back and tell their husbands, and then Daddy would find out.
See that doing that was what Vashti did. She made all the women despise their husbands in her eyes. See, that was what that was right there. And they put her out of the royal palace. They said if we don't put her out, every wife, she gonna cause them to disobey or despise her husband.
Mm-hmm.
They put her out. You'll lose your royal position for that. And they brought in beautiful Queen Esther. Come on here, girl. She ain't want nothing. I could teach it all day. All day. This is beautiful. I love it. When it's your passion, you could teach it without no words. You don't need no books or nothing. Just let the Spirit have His way. Jesus' passion was to die. That's why He did it. And Samson, not Samson, yeah, the one with the Philistines, his passion was the Philistines. That's why he went after them. Whatever your passion is, that's what you're going to love. That's the way you know.
And that was that mom and daddy's only argument. They ain't never argued about no money. They ain't never argued about uh him cheating, and if she cheated, we never had nothing about that. No other women. It was strictly every time let the woman be silent in the church. It wasn't nothing else.
Uh-uh.
It wasn't nothing else. It was nothing else. We knew when we heard in the morning, early in the morning, early when we getting up for school, 7 o'clock. You hear woman, that's not it. That's no woman. I done told you woman. That's not what the word say. Get the Bible, and that's all you heard. Get the book. Get the book. Oh, that's all you heard.
See, it should be a joy to have your husband teach you.
Mm-mm. Mommy
But if
one.
if a man see, that's what a woman. That's how you got off in the beginning. She didn't want to listen to the man. That's how Satan got to her. See,
Mm-mm.
that's a Eve thing. She
Mommy.
was the mother of all living because she didn't listen to her husband. She got demoted. She's not in the same place as a man. They was equal. But then when she listened to the voice of Satan,
Mm-hmm.
they became married. Satan and the woman. So she was demoted, and the Lord punished Adam for listening to the voice of his wife. So that's when he made the man the ruler of her. That's how we got here. And
Mm-hmm.
so now, and that's how he became her Christ. When when Jesus came, it's still she not equal with him because God had already demoted her in the beginning. So how must we do this, Lord? Then what he did was said, um, a man shall love his wife as Christ. Now that's where he at now. He's the Christ of her, as
Mm-hmm.
Christ loved the church, and the woman has become the church. So you still subject.
Mm-hmm.
God didn't change his mind. And a lot of women say, well, it ain't no male or female in Christ. You're right. It's not male or female. We're all one. But in the earth realm now, there is woman and man. And in God's church, there is no woman that speaks because man is under Christ. Come on here. I had to tell. Mm-mm. They tell me that scripture all the time. It ain't no gender. Sit down. Oh, in the church you see a woman body and a man. Now in that there is gender in the earth, but not in the spirit.
There's
That's why I ain't
freedom
no.
in the spirit.
Yeah, it's freedom in the spirit, and that's why a lot of women think, "Oh, I ain't got no baby girl." You are so wrong.
Mm-mm, girl,
Give me
that
a
was.
stage like Sarah Jakes or the other one. Let me tell all of them. They gonna call for me. I believe they is. I'm finna get wild, but
You
wild
just
with
sitting
it.
there rearing back. I'm gonna get off. Get back.
Cause I want
She
to
just.
say it, and I'm gonna say it. But I be holding back. But honey, when it be just me and the Lord,
Child,
yeah.
that I used to say, oh Lord, it's the same argument. And he used to go out there and she didn't listen. And I be saying, every week you get the same punishment. And he go out there and he unplugged the cord wire and then she sit down.
See, so she was causing rottenness in his bones.
Oh, that's what I mean?
hmm Whenever a woman disobey a man, see, she's his bone. He said, "This is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh." Now, he said, a wife is a crown to her husband, but she that maketh ashamed is as rottenness in his bone. That means you making his bones rotten because you making him ashamed. If you get in the public and say, "You don't tell me whatever," oh, his bones is rotting. Instead, you was on the head as a crown. Now you just rotting out all his bones, just like cavities. He began to decay. He began to go down. He ain't worth nothing no more. That's a shame. She gonna
But
give him
see,
a
you don't
chance.
say that in the front of the man. That be said by the woman.
What?
Cause she know what be going on. See, the same way I said, the same way they had them 30-second videos and people
Mm-hmm.
be laughing, or the little dogs dancing and all that other stuff. That's what need to be them little 30-second videos, little scriptural stuff. Cause you get the same hint by them girls telling about what be going on in they marriages, and they be
Yeah.
saying when he talking about what we having for dinner. And it'd be 30 seconds, and then she'd be saying, I don't know. And then it end up being something funny, and then they laugh, and then next thing you know, you done with that. And then but see, you done got some out the video, and you be like, okay, yeah, it sure be like that. Same thing with Christians. The church need to be having them same videos, so that them
But the thing is,
that's
that's right. I agree with you. Now I took what's that lady name? Karen Clark Sheard, her
mhm.
mom or something. The one when they played on their praise, they had this movie out, the Clark sisters.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
a
the
good
Clark
movie.
sisters.
That's a good movie.
And when she disobeyed her husband, he said, "I need you."
He
And
did.
then she
He
said,
said, and then he
"I
said,
got
"You
to
ain't
go
no
out of
good to
town."
me." It was funny.
Oh, that was the part. That was
That
the
he
part.
said, "You ain't no good to me." Oh, it was
That's
funny.
right.
It was
I
so.
clipped that part and taught on it.
And
I said, "Now you see how disobedient she
Clark.
was?"
She said, Clark, I gotta go now. It was not in her mind. It was no other option.
Yes, it was. She was supposed to change her date and be there with that man.
She said, I can't, Clark. This is the only Sunday, and I gotta be there for
Mm-mm.
the girls.
That's a shame. She made her husband look embarrassed, and I said it. And I don't care if they came and watched it. I taught from that. And I said, "This is a clip of the Clark sisters. Now, this woman is disobedient to her husband." He said she was no good to him. And he said, "Women is a good thing when you find a wife."
And that's when he fought her. Now he ain't had no business doing that.
Now, he didn't fight her. He fought the baby daughter because it wasn't his.
He fight. He hit her after that.
Mm-mm. That baby, he hit that other one that wasn't his. And I think
No,
the mama
he
came
said no, cause she
downstairs.
came. They was fighting up there. He had hit her, and then the other one came and jumped in, and then he
Mm.
hit her too,
Well,
and told
he's
her to
not supposed to be
and
hitting
told her.
her. But then you can look at it. A woman can cause a man to be what he don't want to be, and she could cause him to be what he should be.
Oh, if you say that, you definitely not getting invited.
I don't care if y'all don't invite me. I tell
If
you, I
you
bet you I have all
if
the.
you
I bet
say
you I
that,
have all of the amens of the men on this stuff. I don't care who the women will. I will come out there by myself
if you
because
say
those.
that, them women will say she ain't coming nowhere.
It don't matter.
They say no.
It don't even matter if I don't come, honey.
Uh, and that I believe it is a level of truth to it, but because I know. you know, women can be provoking. Just
Yeah,
depends.
they can.
But uh, but at the same time, a woman is only gonna be provoking when her needs are not being met, whatever that need
But her
may
needs
be.
are not being met because she's not subject. The Word of God says God supplies our need according to His what? Riches in glory by Christ Jesus.
Cause
A
I,
man
uh-huh.
is the head of a wife as Christ is the head of the church. He's not getting no riches and glory. So why should your need be supplied?
That's say, man, get out of here.
You now he's feeding you and clothing you. That's all he's responsible for.
Oh, you damn.
If you want any other blessing,
Oh, you definitely.
oh child,
When
y'all need to
they
learn.
will they will cut your microphone off.
No, that's true.
You'll be
That's
just
true.
tapping and then say, "Can you cut this?" I They say, "No, you're getting ready to go on."
No, all of the guys will say that is the
And
virtuous woman,
they will
right
say,
there.
"Get out of here." They say she trying to take our husbands coming over here
No, and
saying
that's
all of that.
that's what a lot of them thought.
Mm.
When I came to their church, they didn't want me there. They didn't want me there. And the lady said, "Sure ain't take you long to join here." Their husbands love talking to me.
Oh, you are so funny. You said they did not
They
want
didn't
me.
want me
Oh,
there.
they didn't want you that easy. You sounded so
No,
pitiful. Oh,
because,
it's
and
okay,
I was
boo.
trying to make friends with them. And one of
Oh.
trying to make friends with the wives. And one of the wives acted like she liked me, and she said, "We'll put a
Girl,
conference together." And
why
she
did
had me
you
think of
make
all,
yourself sound so pitiful?
because that's the way they treated me. And I went and thought of all the stuff to do the conference, like mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of who? I got it all. It's already out there. I did that, and she said, "Oh, I like this. I like." Okay, so you'll be one of the speakers. How about when it came time? She said, "Oh, we not gonna be able to have you as one of the speakers." Stole my idea. Got mad at me, and I couldn't believe it. Used me for everything, and I said, "Lord, forgive her." I said, "Lord, forgive her." She was jealous.
Well,
It was
you gotta.
Pastor, it was Sister Griggs. That was her name in Atlanta, Georgia. Upon this rock. That was the name of the church. He really, really liked Lana, me and Lana, and I taught their choir songs and everything. Women don't like women that is gifted or can do things, or
They
they
want
don't.
you to empower them. They don't want you to come in there and tell them about their man. Women just don't
Right.
like that in general. I found that out. If you got something like when I used to go to Britta and Hope in them house, and they used to like me until I used to fix catch up plate and then and serve him like mommy used to serve daddy. And then they turned that. I remember one night they turned that into a whole argument, and me and Ketchup had argued so bad, and we was gonna break up that night. And then
Mm-hmm.
they talked us back into staying together, but it was not the same. And because Ketchup had went over there, and Ketchup mild tempered, and he had went over
Mm-hmm.
there and was acting like he was pitiful, and I said, "Oh, I know you're not agreeing," and because
Mm-hmm.
that's what mommy and them did. It was an act of like, submission and loyalty, and you just fix their food and they don't have to worry about it. And they turned it and said, "You deciding on what that man eat," and I said, "And so you're not gonna defend me at all. You're just gonna sit there and let them say that." And since we've been married, you said you liked it because your mom do the same thing for your
Well,
daddy, and
maybe
you
he
finna.
felt embarrassed in front of the other men Like, oh, my wife
Because the
fixing my
other,
plate like
but
I'm
see,
a
the other
child.
man wasn't Ray. Britta used to tell her husband, "Get up and fix it yourself. You got
See,
hands."
she was out of order, so they wasn't used to being lauded. They wasn't used to being honored. They wasn't used to being treated like a king.
No, all they men do on they, all they talk to him. Everybody used to say that Britta talked to Anthony any kind of way, and so they used to talk about it, you know, behind her back, and they used to say they felt so sorry for Anthony. So when I said to catch up, so you finna let them talk about me like that, and you're not gonna say anything, and you know this how we raised up. His mama was the exact same way. His daddy don't get nothing. And so it was the same way with me and Ketchup was married. Ketchup, unless he wanted to get up and go in the kitchen and get himself something, he never did. He would say, "Babe,
I never
hey,
did let Georgia know. None of mine did it.
yeah, mommy didn't." Oh, it wasn't that it wasn't allowed. I hate to use that word,
That's
but
what I like to do for them.
yeah. So when they came home, honey, what you want? And then I would already be done did the bath, and then you just know certain things was your duty. That's how we was raised. So you be done
Mm-hmm.
did they bath, their clothes be clean. Ketchup never cleaned anything. He can never tell you damn day that we done been married. Ketchup done washed the dish. Where? You know, it just stuff that he didn't do. So I was just like, what do you mean? Why am I fixing his plate? That's what women do. And
Mm-hmm. So women are not used to being servants.
they was like, oh no, you need to let that man figure out what he want to do and pull his serving size. I said, oh no, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. And I said, so Ketchup, you just not going to stand up for me
He
at
didn't know what to do.
all.
He didn't know what to do. He was in the rock of a hard place because he
And
liked what you do, but he was being pressured by these other women who were bossy, and he had men like himself, and he was like, well, this
yeah,
looks
and
like
then
she
they
my
was
mom,
like, and
but she
then they
not
was
my
over
mom.
there in the kitchen looking at everything and feeling all over stuff and seeing what they wanted and sampling stuff. And then I felt like, okay, well maybe he want to get up and feel and sample. But I said, but he tell me what to do. If he wanted to do it, he would have got up and did it. And I hated that Ketchup like, but when he's so mild-mannered that people will think that he getting ran over. Ketchup is not what you think. I would be like, I'm so over it. I'm so sick of it. We got into the worst argument that night. The worst.
Mm-hmm.
The
That
worst.
was the devil.
It was. And we got into the worst argument probably of our marriage while we that night. Cause I just couldn't believe that why are
Because you
you
could have turned it around, really. You could have said, well, I understand what y'all are saying, but when you're a virtuous woman, you see things differently. And I would have went on here serving my husband. Then the men would have got a message,
mm-hmm.
Ketchup would have got a message, and you would have told them women off, and they couldn't have said nothing because they would have had one. The next question would be, well, what is a virtuous woman? You would have had a platform.
Mm-hmm. It was not good. I said I don't really like this at all. I don't.
They came to show you up. I would have showed them off.
Mm-hmm. And I said this is what we do. Every woman in my family does this. Women don't fix, men don't fix their stuff, and it's just not because you ain't can't go in the kitchen. It's because
Mm-hmm.
you. It's an act of, like you said, you want
It's
to serve
honor.
them. You want to do that. It ain't
Mm-hmm.
like anything. You be like, honey, you want me to fix your plate? What you want? And then you go in there and you do it, and you bring it to them, and they be like, I love you. I know, cause you're not,
I
and it be.
know.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't get it. How is this turned into something so evil? I was like,
Because when
God,
we go
Lee.
somewhere and we be in a lot of people and we be sitting there and they say, okay, everybody can fix theirs. And then Georgia said, honey, I just won't.
Yeah, yeah,
I said, okay,
yeah.
so you only want this, and this. He tell me.
Yeah, see, you got it. That's what I'm saying. See, the men already know. I ain't finna get up. My woman got me. And they be feeling good about that because it be
I
a lot of men
know.
around and
So
they
they was
woman come
jealous because
bringing
you
them, they
was
want,
doing
and
it
then you
and
say,
it made them look stupid.
yeah, and you be like, what you want to drink, babe? And then he say, I want tea. And then you go over there and get the tea and put the ice in it. See, you know how he like it. And so you do it. And to me, it's all the women in the kitchen. No men supposed to be in there.
That's right.
So the woman, all the women is bonding and serving their husbands and talking and all of that.
Exactly.
You know,
Little House on the Prairie, they'll be
yeah,
fixing their husband.
yeah. So I was like,
Mm-mm.
I don't know about this. This ain't.
Mm-mm.
I ain't gonna be made to feel like what
It's
I'm
just
doing.
like how if Christ and we somewhere, we don't do nothing till we hear the voice.
Hmm.
If we have to go do something. So when the voice whispered, well, you could just put me some blah, 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 blah. And I said, okay, no problem. And I get up. You got up because you're going to do the will of your Christ.
I used to love it.
Over.
Catch up. I used to send his lunch to work in a styrofoam tray, look like a restaurant. And I went and took his daddy some food before. I ain't telling his daddy I had cooked it. I wanted his daddy to say it was good and how it looked first. Then I was gonna tell him because he didn't really like to give me compliments. So I went and took him fried some fish. I know he liked it. Put some fries on there, and I made some toast and put all that on there and took them to put them in the styrofoam trays. Put the toast on the side. Put the paper underneath the fish, all of that. Put the salt and pepper in there. Put the ketchup packs in there. Took it to his plate. Put it in a bag. Tied it down. I said, just brought y'all some food over here. I know he liked the fish. And I put the cupcakes in there because I know he liked them too. And he said, "Oh." He said, "Oh, that's good." And he said, "Crystal, where you went and got this done?" I said, "My kitchen." And I said, and Ketchup go to work like that every day. Every day. I sent him to work like that. When he went, and the men used to sit down and be like, "Well, who cooked for you?" That's my wife did that. So when it came down to that, I was just like, I don't understand how this turned into something. I like doing that because
Mm-hmm.
I like serving. You know, I like doing it because
Mm-hmm.
that's what mommy did for daddy. You know,
Right.
and
It
I
just
used to.
comes second nature.
It just comes second nature to us. It doesn't that now.
It ain't even nothing you think about. It's
No,
not even
it
an
ain't.
insult.
It ain't even nothing that you really realize you doing. You just do it because we know every one of us not every one of us do that.
Mm-hmm.
Wanting to do it when she used to do it for Jimmy. Sheila really did it for Gus. You did it for
Mm-hmm.
Jack. Every man you done been with,
Mm-hmm.
I did it for him. We just know to do that. We just know to do that. All of us clean up and serve and cook and do
No
all of that.
man don't come in the kitchen washing dishes.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No.
Mm-mm.
Now, I didn't
Mm-mm.
understand when women used to have arguments like that. Talking about, he won't clean up. Clean up? He done worked.
The word of God says the woman manages and guides the house. Come
Yeah,
on,
that
woman.
clean up. The man don't ever. I wish you would put the yellow gloves on. Put the unless
Mm-mm.
he done made a mess on his own that he wants to do. A man, to me, it's not that you can't, but that's not. It's already on top of it. So it ain't never even got to be catch up. I tell you, he ain't never come home to no dirty house. Never,
Mm-mm.
never,
Mm-mm.
never. Only thing he would tell you right now that Crystal did is don't make her mad, and you just shouldn't have.
You
But
wouldn't want to make her angry. Please don't make her angry. You wouldn't like her when she's like she turns into the
same
incredible Hulk.
same with him either, cause he holds stuff in, and he just when he lets it out, he got a little taste of Georgia in him too. Cause
Mm-mm.
yes he do. Cause you don't know what's wrong with him either. He be holding it
Mm.
in, and you'll be thinking everything is fine, and he'll just bust out, and you'll be saying, "Okay, what happened? What was it?" He,
It's just something I overlooked.
I'm telling you, ketchup ain't wrapped all the way either. I'm telling you, that man told me one time, if you do it one more time, I'm not gonna talk to you for 30 days,
Oh my goodness.
and he will do it. He will. That is the hardest man I've ever seen in my life. The hardest.
George is stubborn like that too. He was,
Yeah.
but he may have changed, but he can hold it. He can hold grudges and
Yeah,
go in the
he
room
can.
and lock the door
Yeah.
and don't come out.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me so
Oh, it
mad.
makes me so angry too. I tear that door off
I
the
kicked
hinges.
the door down. I kicked it down. And I
Mm-mm.
said, you don't close, open.
I can't stand
I
that.
kicked the door down. He said, "Oh, you done broke the MF door. Oh, I'm gonna call the police." It's like, oh Lord, please. I said, okay, George, please, please, please. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I don't like to get in trouble.
Judge told you he was gonna call the police.
Yeah, he said, you done knocked the MF door down. Oh no, I'm not paying for nothing in this house. I'm gonna go, Mr. Bragg. I'm gonna call the police on you. You gonna pay for this. And I said, okay, George, okay. Please, 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 please. Then he told, no, he just like me begging him. He didn't go over there and call him. I
Mm-mm.
sure didn't want him to
Child.
because I would have really been in trouble.
Ketchup told me one night he left the house when we first got married, and we was arguing. I mean, non-stop. It was the worst. And he went out and left the house and was gone all day and didn't come back. And he ran in the house one night. Me and Nico was sitting in the living room talking, and he ran in that living room and busted the door like somebody was chasing him. And we looked, and he said, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm sorry." And we was looking, and he said, I'm gonna make it right. I promise I'm gonna do it. Crystal, I swear I'm gonna make it right. I'm sorry." I said, "What is wrong with you?" And he said he had went out there and God told him to come back and repent and pay that light bill. We was arguing. He was doing what he always be doing, and that I didn't like. And he said he was sitting down and a car almost hit him. And he said God stood in the way. And he said, and God told him, do not treat her like that anymore. And he ran back. Girl, from that day to this one, I tell you, me and Ketchup might argue about a lot of stuff, but it ain't never been no bill after that. Mm-mm. He ran off and left me with the light bill and didn't, and it was getting finna get cut off. And we was arguing because he was doing what he always be doing, and I got tired of it, and he ran off because that's what his coping mechanism was. He would run off, and he ran off.
That's what George did too.
Yeah.
He would just walk off. But the Word of God says the Holy Spirit leaves us when He's grieved. I'm telling you, men are like God. They don't know it, but they are. If they're grieved by anything, they will leave. That's the part. God will leave too.
I,
And it depends on if we're not in a place where we understand how they're wired,
mhm.
because he said they're made in the image and likeness of God.
Mhm.
They may just be doing it on this level on earth,
Mhm.
but it's
Mhm.
likened to their heavenly Father in the spirit.
Mhm.
They just not walking in the spirit, but they
Mhm.
doing exactly what he's doing in this earth realm.
I
So
believe. I do believe that. I do believe that there is a teaching in that, and I do believe that God put those men that they are made in His image. That is so true. The Bible
yes,
says that.
it is true.
That's
It is
true.
true.
That's why the John Austin said it, and I never forgot it. That man said, "A man will do anything to have the favor more than anything in this world. He want that woman to look up to him,
To trust him.
to
Yes.
look up to him,
Trust him.
and
Have
and
faith
and
in
to
him.
and to admire him." And so I
Hmm.
said, "Wow." And he said, more than anything else in the world, a woman can make a man, can
Yes.
really build him up and make
Yes.
him feel so good. Girl, when I used to tell catch up, when we used to be selling furniture, and them people used to say, "Oh, I don't have this, and I don't have any help." I said, "Honey, I'm married to Hercules. He can pick up anything in here and catch up shoulders." I would turn around and he would be standing like James, like James on Good Times. I would turn around and
You say, okay, put him down now.
okay, okay, James.
It's
And he
over
would,
with.
I'm telling girl, he would have his shoulders so puffed up. But he's the strongest man I've ever seen. Ketchup can pick up anything and tote it. And and with no problem at all and won't be hurting. I ain't never seen him ever come and say my back hurt. I picked up the never. Every piece of furniture we had, Ketchup done did it. Ketchup picked up a pool table, and
No,
people,
he didn't.
I swear to God, and people would tell you that's impossible. Yes, he did. We moved a pool table, and Ketchup did it. Yes, we did. We moved a pool table. Ketchup put it on the truck and off the truck. Never seen anything like it before in my life. He's strong like that. God made him like that. But he knows it, and I used to praise him for it. And I could get anything done with that furniture that I needed. Anywhere for it to go. Praise Ketchup and it's done. And them people used to say, and he used to like it that them women and the people used to say when we used to go drop the furniture off, they used to say, "Wow, he is so strong." He used to love it, and I used to let him get his praise on, cause get his praise, cause they would tell me,
Accolade.
yeah, cause they would tell me the furniture was pretty, but they would praise him for being that strong, and they used to think we was a real pretty couple. Both of them. They say he real handsome and she real pretty. They make a good couple. But I mean, I learned that to praise him in that area. He'll tell you to
But
this day, I ain't never did nothing, but he don't like how I talk when I get mad. But I
but
ain't he,
praise works.
huh?
Praise
Praise it
works
does.
by
It does.
love.
Catch up told me if you just learn what to do and stop saying something. And I used to say I'm trying. I'm
Praise
trying.
works by love.
Mhm.
So if that man do not love or that woman do not feel loved by that man, she's not gonna praise him. She's not gonna praise him. The only reason why we praise God is because He first loved us. And when you see the love and you don't deserve it, then you will be repentant and sorrowful, and you will go to that man and repent just like you would to Christ. How we treat our husbands, God sees it. He's a witness.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness. He witnessed between the husband and the wife. So you can't say, well, it wasn't me. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Some women like aggravating their husbands when their husbands is in a peaceful state. They like aggravating them. That's
Mm-mm.
how Vashti was. Her husband called for her and said, I want you to go get my wife, go get the queen with the crown royal on her head. She wasn't nobody without the crown. He the one put the crown on her head. But she thought she was somebody without the crown. You ain't nobody but a mere woman. But it said a virtuous woman is a crown to her husband. She didn't understand the assignment. Where your crown at? Women think they somebody because they got a ring on. Honey, do you got a crown on? That's what matters.
If
A
I
ring
if
ain't got
I
nothing to do.
if I
Hmm?
had it to do all over
Me
again,
too.
I would definitely. I talked to catch up the other day. Now I think the spark is gone, but but
The thrill is gone.
the thrill is gone. But I don't know. But I liked. I talked to him on the phone the other day. He told me he talking to somebody else, and he said,
It's
but
okay.
and he said she ain't, like it ain't like that now. And I said,
But he don't need to be talking about her. If he love her, that means he don't really love her. So he's still searching.
no, because he told me he was still talking about coming to see me. And then he told me, nah, if I come, you can't get over me. I said, child.
Oh my
I
God.
said,
So he
oh,
was in love
no.
with you.
No, Lord. I said, definitely.
Oh no,
It
you just bumped your
definitely
head
ain't.
one
It
more time.
definitely ain't like that. You got the wrong.
Mm-mm.
You got the wrong thing going on. But I talked to him and he said he had got somebody. I said, well, I'm glad.
Well, I asked George how his wife was. I said, "How's your wife doing?" He said, "Oh, it's all right." I said, "This is what I want you to remember. If I don't talk to you no more, I love you, and you was the best man I ever was
You
married."
go
Period.
home and get all his stuff.
want you to remember that. And he said, okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I wanted him to know that because I said I told Carrie to tell his wife what he wanted to tell her while he had the time. And I don't know if he told her or not. But I just had told him that. And I said, sometimes we don't know when people's last is the last. And I said, I want you to know that about you. I always told you that. I said, but being that I got a chance to talk to you, I'm glad God allowed me to talk to you again. And he said, yeah, yeah. I was going to come and say something to you when you was in there, but I just said, you know, since Buster was with me, I said, no. So we both ain't know what to do. But and when he got off the phone,
uh-huh.
when he got off the phone, he said, "All right, then, sweetie, I'll talk to you. I'll be calling you." And I said, "All right, well, you have a good day." And he said, "All right, then, bye." Boy, it looked like he said, "She love me." See that now that made him step a little higher. You know, no matter what, when he get to the house, no matter what that other woman do,
He finna leave her. Judge finna leave her. That is it. You
he
know what I'm
probably
saying?
said, "I got somebody said that I was good to them."
Yeah,
I was to them.
he is
Them words were
waiting.
ringing in his ears.
He gonna wait. She gonna say the wrong thing, and she gonna think it was real small. It was enough. She was like, "Why did he get so mad about that?" Because he was already had something else on his mind. Child, he's gonna say the
And he
wrong
probably
thing.
said, "And she not married? I'm not in adultery, honey.
No,
I am a single woman.
I told
My
that.
real husband is dead."
I told Ketchup. I said I'd like to just check on you and make sure you all right. And he was like, "Yeah." He said, "You look good, and I see you." I said, "Well, thank you." And he said, "Yeah." And he said he was working and doing his thing, but I told him I just wanted to,
Why
you know,
the man try to talk down on the other woman and know he ain't going nowhere, but he
child.
don't want to leave that other woman?
If Ketchup said that much, that he's finally telling me that it's somebody else, it's real. He's really involved because he don't. I told him you don't answer the phone at night, so you definitely doing something, and I'm sick of it. So he lives with her and probably married, and just don't know how to tell me. And
Oh,
yeah, Ketchup is definitely probably married because I asked him that, and because I told you that I had called him when we first separated, and I popped up at his mama house, and it was somebody upstairs, and I heard on the phone through the phone, I heard a baby crying. And I said, I know you're not still with that little teeth girl. And I think he married her. I really do. I think if he ain't married her, then he went it with somebody. But Ketchup definitely moved on, and I'm happy for him.
so do we really want to move forward? Now that's a good topic right there. Do
Yeah, cause
uh,
I when I talked to him the other day on the phone, it didn't seem like we were in the same place, and it just seemed like maybe I was just still familiar with the sex, or something like that. But it's been almost 2 years. Well,
that's all?
no, yeah, actually 25.
It's been 5 years for George and I.
No, it's just been a little over a year for me and Ketchup. So it seems like our chapter is never ending. So I think that I should let it end.
I think it's really ended, but you won't put a period there.
Maybe
You
so.
got you got colons behind it, or just it's no period, one period. It's
No,
like you'll
so
put a
maybe
one.
so maybe
Mm-hmm.
you're right, but when I talked to him the other day, I didn't feel anything. It was no. So I said, yeah, maybe it's just
So
a
it's no
friendship.
attraction.
I ain't gonna say it ain't no attraction because
It
he
ain't no
fine,
passion.
but I ain't seen him in a while, so I could just be fine from what I know and seen in the past.
And
But
he probably don't look like that. And when you see him, you'll be like, oh no. Oh, what happened to that shoulder?
no, but I just wanted out there. He still it. I don't know. It was just nothing in the conversation. It was. I was glad to talk to him. I'm always glad to talk to him. And maybe if I seen him, it would have been something. But because he always clean and he always smell good, and that's always been something that was attractive that he used to do. He stays smelling good no matter what, and so that was always something. But other than that, I just think that I wanted to him just to be happy. And once I figured that and heard him say that, then I was like, okay,
And
I ain't
then
gonna
that's
call
good.
him.
As long as they happy, I think that's it
Yeah,
for me too.
yeah,
I don't have to have you,
yeah,
but long as nobody ain't mistreating you and you're not going through,
yeah,
then I'm okay. Because if
yeah,
they bothering you and I know that you got a little slight default, see, then I'm gonna get mad about that because you're
yeah.
not gonna treat him any kind of way. You're not gonna do that.
Yeah, because I asked Ketchup, I said, "Are you all right down there?" And then he said, "Yeah, but I've been having all this stuff." And then he said something about, I think he said something about a bill, child support, or something. And I said, "Well, do you want me?"
I know
I
women,
said,
that's our assignment to help. That's why
"Yeah,"
a
I
man not
said,
supposed to tell a woman their problems.
"Yeah, I'm telling you,
If he's not their husband, because you're gonna wanna go to the rescue.
yeah." Especially if you know how.
Yeah,
And see,
yeah.
Ketchup, I've always wanted to argue that child support about him because that girl that got married and them children is gone off to school and Ketchup is still paying the same child support.
Oh my goodness.
And and then I think he said something about it had changed or something like that. And every time he say something about it,
That's
it just bothers me because Ketchup lets that girl is gone on Ketchup and married and got a job and all of that and is still reporting to them people that she ain't getting no money from you or whatever the situation may be, and you still going here and showing. And I can't stand it. I ain't never liked it.
when George's was like that. That lady thought she was getting alimony.
Hmm.
I wrote to the court. I had his receipts.
Girl,
Turned them in, and that was it. He off of it. George
when
got blessed being with me. He got blessed,
girl
honey.
Ketchup wouldn't let me fight for him like that. But when I met Ketchup, Ketchup had a trash bag, a black hefty trash bag with $50,000 worth of no, was it 50,000, somewhere thousands of um
Receipt.
Western Union receipts. A
Mm-mm.
lot
He
of money.
said,
A lot of money. I think it was like in between 25 and 50. It was whatever they said he owed. It was that. And see, he didn't know because Ketchup was got after they separated. He came to Georgia, so he had no idea about child support, all this stuff. Long story short, them people had done been charging him back child support all them years, and that girl was getting the money straight in Ketchup
really?
hand and telling them people she didn't know where he was. And then them people said, "Oh well, we have to count that as gifts." Oh,
Oh, no.
oh, he was so hurt. I ain't never seen no man hurt like that. I ain't never. I told her, girl, if Ketchup let me get at you, I swear to God, I had you locked up for fraud. I swear I will. If Ketchup let me have my way, I swear.
Mm-mm.
I could not stand it what she did to him. I couldn't. That man cried. And then people said, well, I'm sorry, you're going to still owe it. Those are gifts. Gifts?
How many gifts? Did he go through the child support office?
No, because he didn't know. He was giving it straight to her. And she was
Oh,
going,
yeah.
and
That's how Jack was doing me.
uh-huh, and she was going down there and
But
saying,
he should have went through Maximus or somewhere.
yeah. But once we did, and he was still paying her rent, girl. Ugly girl. I'm so,
Mm-mm.
girl,
Mm-mm.
I can't stand women. I don't like them.
Some of them are so evil.
I don't like how women do men on child support because I got two sons, so I'm not on the woman's side when it comes down to child support because I seen how that girl did Nico, and she had two men. She was married, sleeping with Nico, and had another man in the
Where is
military.
his babies at?
And he got one in Augusta down there. That little boy about 8. Let me see. That was in 2019 when she had him. So he is 1927. His name's Shamar. Yeah, that's my first grandbaby.
And what's his last name?
I don't think she gave Nico's last name. If she did, it's Hubert. If not,
Mm.
then it's gonna be what's her name? Um, I forgot her last name. I
Mm.
had looked her up on Facebook trying to see pictures of him, but she is just. I told Nico when he got with her, I said, Nico, that's not the one. And he said, I love her mom. I said, that ain't it, Nico. I,
Mm.
Mommy said, you know, when you look them see them girls for your sons, and it's true. I,
You know.
you know. And I looked at him and said, Nico, that ain't it. And he said, for real, no. And he said, why? I said, that's one you just have fun with, if you know what I mean. I said, but that is not one you bring to your mom, and that ain't one you keep either. I said, look at her mama.
Mm-mm.
And I said, her mama still got on tights, Nico, and Jordans, and is chasing, making, uh, gold digger quotes on Facebook. That means her daughter is just like her. And when I heard her telling Nico, I want this hat and it costs $300, I want it or I'm
Oh,
going
you
home.
was gonna get it from my son.
I told her, you take your ugly self.
I know that's fine. You ain't gonna get nothing, Moose.
You
About what you want. I wish he would give you a
I done told
50-50.
him, and he was up there talking about, Ma, every time I get paid, she only want me to buy her hair stuff. I said, Nico, send that ugly girl home. She ain't
Mm-mm.
cute, Nico. It's just a weave. That's all it is. Send that ugly
That's
girl
all
back where she
that.
come from. That's it. I'm
Mm-mm.
sick of her. Every time Nico ain't had no money, she used to come out that room talking about, I think I want to go home. Bye.
If you want to know if a man really loves you, take your wig off and
Take
your
all that
eyelashes.
off and go sit out there. Go sit your
When
ugly
George
self.
when he met me, he came to the door one way, and he said, "You want me to go to McDonald's and get some?" And I said, "Yeah, you can." And then he said, "All right, I'll be right back." When
He came back. You ain't had no wig on.
when he came back, I didn't have on no wig, no nothing, and I opened the door and said, "Come on in." Oh, he just Stacey couldn't stop talking. He said, "Yeah, they was kind of crowded down there."
You had little moments too.
He
You-
stopped talking. He was so shocked, but I had to know. I had to know. Because I am this. This is who I am for real. And if you don't like that, you don't like me.
Ketchup loved everything about me. My stomach. That man been in the bathroom with my stomach toe up and throwing up everything. He is.
Mm-hmm.
I never felt unloved by him until. Uh,
Uh-uh.
no, I
That's just
never.
fine.
I never really felt unloved by him, or at least that secure. I felt secure. I felt
Mm-hmm.
secure. I ain't never feel connected with him though.
Mm.
Like
Why?
I don't know. I felt like he was always somewhere else mentally because he
But
was
could it
so.
be you were somewhere else mentally?
No, I think because of him and porn that comes along with it.
Oh.
And so they be I used to read a lot about it and they be
Mm-hmm.
detached, desensitized. So they don't
Mm-hmm.
have a lot of emotional. Now he used to have times when we had fun but it was only when we sold furniture. But when we came home, it was very routine. Let's look at a movie and let's eat. And I just felt that he wasn't fulfilled with me. Something was missing. I felt
Mm-hmm.
that it's not, like when we used to ride in the truck, I was always having to come up with the conversations. What we
Mm-hmm.
gonna talk about, what we gonna eat,
Well, that's a part. If that's in the middle, then the relationship is adulterous because you got to use something else to stimulate yourself. So then the wife is just a byproduct or what you seeing on television. You don't really know her because you're just stemming off her in your imagination what you saw on television.
I was so angry because once we got divorced, like now, I talked to him the other day and he said, "Man, I ain't did that in two years. I don't
That's a
never do."
blessing.
And I was happy for him, but I felt like saying, "Really?"
Well, you cheated us. Let's try it without you looking at it.
I used to
Okay.
be so mad at him.
But nevertheless, it might be your praying and stuff for him that God delivered him. So now,
Hmm.
if he wasn't your husband, it was just for that reason that he come through and then pray and then he's delivered because he really wanted to do right, and God changed him.
Hmm.
Sometimes the people are not our husbands.
I felt like I wish if I could go back again, I wish that I was the wife that didn't care because
Didn't care about what.
I
A lot
did.
of things he did.
No, that in particular, I wish I didn't care. That I let him be free to do whatever he wanted to do, because I felt like me saying, "Don't look at," like I felt
It made you look
confused.
more righteous.
It that and
So he
more
didn't know
like
how to be himself around you.
more that more if I felt controlling. And then I was looking at TV, and this is why you really have to be careful about that, because I was looking at TV, and TV said it that he should not be doing that, and he needs to stop. And then pastor said, this needs to no, and it needs to be consequences. And I felt that, then what's given, what is okay, if my mouth gets grace, then his porn should get grace.
Mm-hmm.
Because my mouth went off when he did it.
Mm.
And I'm like, you so, oh, I can't stand you, you stupid. I swear to God, I'm going to leave you. I swear, if Raymond calls me, and he would be like, okay. And then he wouldn't say anything. And because I wanted him to feel like I felt, because I felt like you cheated. And I never, I was
But
like,
then if he's really in a relationship with the pornography, then it really don't mind if you talk to Raymond because he's with who he want to be with. So it will make him feel equal. It will make him feel
yeah, because
justified.
he didn't care about anything.
Right,
Everything, because he knew he had that problem, he didn't care about nothing I did.
right.
Nothing.
So then you really wasn't a reality yet.
Mm-mm. Like I didn't
Yeah,
have, I could not do
he had
any,
phased out.
only thing that I could do to make Ketchup mad was call him the B word, or get angry with him. And but spending money in the bank, nope, don't care. Not gonna pay the rent, don't care. Nothing else I could do, only what I say. Nothing I could do. I done took all the rent money and said, since you went and did this, I'm finna go to Walmart, and I swear to God, I'm buying everything that I see. Don't care. Come
But
home.
you was trying to get him to care. He didn't care.
Mm-mm, he didn't care.
And even if you did take the money go to Walmart, you wouldn't feel like going to Walmart because there was no care about it.
Mm-mm, it was no care.
You didn't make anybody mad about
No,
it.
it
So
so.
then your good sense kick in and say, I'm not spending all this money at no Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
So then you cared about your own care.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't do it. Then when you go home, you still don't have him. So
Mm-mm.
he's just a cold shell of a man sitting there getting enticed by Satan's wiles.
And I'm paying um um bills, and he's going to work, and we're just in the emotion.
So it's
And
just
then
a relationship that's not,
and then
it has
it makes
nothing.
me really want, it really makes me want to apologize though, because it went to such a degree that my counselor told me, you need to move into another room. And then I went, and
Let's be friends.
no, she said, no, you don't sleep with him until he stops.
Right. Right.
And then I think it got to even a point to where don't leave you leave the phone at home. And then I don't I'm very unproud of it. I understand what was wrong and the biblical approaches that I was given, but this is why I feel that it should be a discussion with people because that is not what you do. That's not what you do. If
That's
I
infidelity in a marriage. If
but
you
it
have
but
a partner,
even still with that, he's an adult. You don't tell him to leave
but
his
you
phone
are
home.
his, but you're one flesh. So when he's doing that, you're with him, whether you know it or not.
I know, but I still would tell a woman if this is where you are in your marriage and your man is facing this ugly spirit. Now, on the freaky side of things, if you watch with him and you don't have a problem with it, whatever it is that. But if it is a problem in your marriage, this is how you address that. But you don't take his phone. You don't tell him to leave his phone home. You don't make him feel like a
Yeah,
child.
because you become a mother then.
Yeah, and that's all of the different things, all of the advice stuff I read. He need to
And
leave
he's
his
only
phone. Yeah,
doing that
I put
because,
the porn block on the phone. That's not what you do.
but he's only leaving it home because he fear the
He
repercussions.
had another phone. Just stop. I put the porn blocker on there. He took it off. Stop, because he's not a child.
But if you didn't care about it, it would mean nothing to him. Just like when he didn't care about you going get all the money to pay rent. If you didn't put care on it, he wouldn't put care on it.
I
But being that you was caring about it, it made him want to keep doing that because this is what causes her to talk to me, to be intensified to me. This is what causes her to show me some attention.
mm-mm.
Me doing this. But
I
if you didn't care about it, he wouldn't even care about it.
I literally, if I could do it all over again and write a book on that, I would.
Just let people have their secrets.
No, I would tell them that that porn addiction starts farther before the TV ever came on.
But it could
It
have been any addiction because
it
it says
correct. It could be alcohol. It could be the same thing. But the thing
exactly.
about it
So it's
is,
all the same.
yeah, and to be honest with you, it's that was his his fight, and I had no right to come in between that. What I
But
should have
guess
done
what?
was loved him over it. And if I caught it, seen it, act like you don't.
Well, the thing that, according to the faith that you was to do, is to just couple with fear, be quiet,
Yeah.
and walk with fear. Don't even say nothing about it
No,
until
don't
she
say
do it.
nothing about it because I'm taking my stuff. It's like with anything else, you taking it to God. Because what he do
Yes.
don't have nothing to do with you. Just like he came home and said, God told me not to ever do that again. And he never left me again without paying a bill. Never. Until we got
But
separated. And so,
if you
but I should have never done that. Now, if
never
I,
voiced it, because if you didn't voice it, you wouldn't have gave breath to it, and it wouldn't have known to be living or dead. It wouldn't know what it was.
yeah.
Because when you put the breath of life on it, then you gave it breath.
Yeah, I wouldn't have never done that again because I would have let him be free. And I feel like
Because if God is looking at it and not killing them,
yeah, once it was it's not like I ever missed that I wanted to have sex and he couldn't, you know,
mm-hmm,
or that he chose that instead of me, I probably would have had more sex or something like that, but that was never it. It was literally just not
that was
feeling.
just an idol. That was an idol that he chose to worship.
And he told me when he met me, and I didn't say anything about it. That's where it another part where it went wrong. And
Okay, so
so
he told you about his problem.
he didn't call it a problem. He just told me he did. And he had the largest duffel bag I ever seen in my life, and it was full of porn. It had to be any about 600 DVDs, if not more.
Oh no, that's crazy. He had a real bad habit. Maybe his dad had it, because I know Daddy had it too. Men struggle with that.
And when I found out about it, and then when he told me about it and all of that, then I understood. And then I went into psychology mode and I wanted to fix it and all this other stuff. But that had to be every single uh, minister on TV that is big done said that done been in a fight. Everyone. Almost that I done seen get a testimony. Ty Tribute, Kurt Franklin, um, what's the other man that I just had on my mind? All of them said that done been their thing. Every last one. Ty Tribute say it was bad. Kurt Franklin say it was bad. Kurt Franklin said he was up at night, had done put him out in the trash, and was up at night in the trash can looking for him. That's how bad
It's
it
just
was.
like drinking. It's just like it's causing addiction.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the chapter you would be at. If any obey not the word, they can, without the word, be won by the conversation or the conduct of the wives. So you could win without words. That's the area that you will be in when your husband is not obedient to the word. You cannot tell him the word because the word is Jesus Christ. So you will become subject to fear. You would walk humbly with fear, and you would just give him over to the word. The word is the only thing that can bring him back, and your winning attitude. You win. You already won because he's watching you as he do this. If he come into bed late, you're not fussing. You're not turning a cold shoulder to him. You're saying, you may act like you sleep, and you don't sleep, but you're praying for him. And see, then you're putting hot coals on his head, and he can feel that because you're one flesh. So he's cheating against himself. He's being infidel with his own self because the body is in the bed, but the head is in here lusting after an idol. He know better because Christ is telling him, because the head of the man is Christ. So it's
He hated
nothing
it.
you could tell him.
I know he hated it. He hated it. He
And
hated
so
the
what he
struggle.
would need from you is that winning attitude because he
That
does
great.
have it.
That's why I said because I could see he would really feel bad. He would feel bad, and I would see the condemnation, and I would feel it, and then you arguing with him, and he would just let me.
And then to spill seed on top of that is
Yeah,
just
he would
bad
let me. He would let me beat him on up, and
because he felt he deserved it.
yeah, he would let me beat him on up. And so if I wanted to buy anything, which it didn't care, I could do nothing to make him mad or to get him back for it or to make him feel how I felt. It just was that I was hurting too much to just be quiet. That would have done it. And
Mhm. That
I'm
would have.
not really that type. I don't know how to do that. And so I kept fighting with him and fighting with him and fighting with him. And then he would just let me really just verbally beat him up for it. And you did this and you supposed to be, and the next time you get up there in that church, I'm gonna tell her. And I mean, I would just go on and on and on. And
Mm-mm.
and I could just really, really see that he didn't have grace from me. I didn't give him that. And
And
so
even if you knew what he was doing, and then when he come to bed, just slightly touch him, and then just let him know I'm here if you want to talk, and then say goodnight.
oh no.
Now that
That is that is definitely no. I'm here all right.
I know, but he'll know she's not mad, and she said if I want to talk, Because apparently, when he leaves from that episode, you feeling bad, you feeling condemned, you feeling empty because you was in the flesh. Sin is in the flesh, and sin is condemning you. After you commit it, then it's condemning you. And so now you need someone to have some mercy, someone to have grace, which is the other part, is your body that goes to the throne for you when the head can't go. That is something else. And you got that wife that she's his crown. So no matter what he did under the crown is still a crown. So you're still on the head because that's who you are versus woman. So you go to the throne. That's where kings sit. You go to the throne of grace for him on his behalf with a desire and with a petition and ask God to have mercy upon him. Because you're still doing him good. You're still doing him good. You doing him when he can't do himself. You're doing him. Lord, this will really teach. This will really, because I know I've had my, even with Jack, I didn't know nothing about it. All I knew was how my mom did it. Mm-mm.
It was definitely something. I definitely think it's a lot of wisdom in there as far
Mm-hmm.
as what God would have wanted me to know. But I definitely don't think Ketchup and I was a mistake at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think, like I said, when I saw him, when I first met him, I got my notebook and I knew that he would give me a book. I knew that it was something in me that I wanted to say to him. So I was very happy and I look forward to growing. I look and so even though everything was bad and things went the way they did, I was still grateful that I knew that God was bringing me into who I was going to be. I knew He was purpose. So even though it was bad, even though I always felt that in my spirit, that Ketchup is taking me to purpose. That something in this marriage that I'm supposed to get because he was perfect in every outside way. So the flaws that came from the inside, I mean, it could only be expected. He was everything that I wanted on the outside. So, and it was nothing with ever, nothing with money. He would give me anything. I could get anything I wanted. I never had to ask for money. I never had to say there was nothing too much that he wouldn't get. Nothing. So when it came down to just that issue, I didn't have grace for it, and he didn't have grace for my mouth. And so we both had issues, didn't know how to work them out, didn't know what to do, but I knew that it was purpose for me. And when I look back and I talk to him now and I hear, him growing, and I still want to say, well, are you doing this? With like, how are you? Like I asked him about his music, and he'd be saying, well, yeah, I'm doing this and going over here. And I said, well, are you happy on your job? And he said, I mean, no, but yeah, I mean, I'm doing what I got to do. And then I said, well, you need to just come on back here to Bowling Green and move in and
But
come.
at that point, did you sound like a mother checking up on her son?
No, I sounded like me, but this is what he said. He said, "No, I don't want to come back to Bowling Green." He didn't say I don't want to come back to you. He said I don't want to come back to Bowling Green. But I didn't speculate
So
that's
did
what he
you
meant.
piggy that and say, well, where would you like to go, honey?
No, because I didn't want to read into that like that. I didn't want to do that
So
because
if he had
ketchup is
said,
not.
so when you didn't say nothing, could that have said, well, she ain't interested anyway?
No, because ketchup is not. If ketchup wanted me like that, first of all, he would do a lot of thinking, and then he would definitely not want anybody to know, and then not off at first anyway, and then he would want to really see if that's what he wanted to do as far as where he wanted to go with his life. But see, now that he don't have that addiction, now that I don't, I've had a lot of time by myself to see all the stuff that I was arguing about really don't matter. Our kids are nowhere. Our kids, I swear to God, we got cheated because them children did us so wrong. We argued about, you remember how much we argued about him and his kids and mine? Them kids is nowhere to be found right now. And I bet if we were to get back together, if God allowed that, I bet those kids would resurface back out of nowhere. And because that's the only thing we argue about, those kids, porn, and that is it. And I feel like if God allowed that, but I would only want that if God allowed that, because I really can't say that. And if it was right now, do you want catch up back? I would say I want the will of God. I want catch up to be happy. As far as me and what I want to be with a man that loves me, and I want my a bright future and to be happy. But is that catch up? I don't know, because it's been so much time since we've been together.
I
I
think that God will give you back what you had. He'll give you greater.
Yeah.
I don't think he will give you nothing. When he do a new thing, it's a new thing. So in order, if he brought someone back, that means they wasn't there, and now you had to reach back. When he said, forgetting those things which are behind. So if it's behind me, I'm over it.
But
Jordan
sometimes
and I have a friendship with him, and I expressed it. But from where I am now, if him and I got together, and let's say God has called him to speak, and he want me to help him, and we speak together in ministry, I would do that. I would do that. I don't have to be his wife for that, but I will do that. Then we can tell our testimony or whatever. It's what God have a pleasure for, what He wants to do. But I don't. I'm happy where I am.
I'm
I'm
happy too.
happy.
Ketchup told me the other day, he said, I'm so proud of you. You doing real good. He said, I'm so proud of you. He said, you got your own car, your place, you still doing it. You got a job. He said, I love it. You doing good. I'm so happy for you. And I want for, if he felt like God was sending him back, I would review it. But I don't want to say that. I don't even, when he told me yesterday that he had got somebody, I said, okay, that's great. I'm happy for you because I really want that. I really do. I don't want to, for my flesh, sex, or anything between us to come back together unless it's God's will. But I do feel that there is some chapter left for us because I dream about him a lot, and
Yeah.
I don't know what that why that is, but at the same time I feel like I just let it go and let God have his perfect will. Whatever that is for me and him, or in his life period, I want that. I want that. I want whoever God has for me to be for me, and not anything else, because I don't want to um I don't just want to sit up here and keep, playing around with that. Like this man got in my car today, and he told me, "Come on, give me your number now." And I said, "That's the negative." And he said, "Wow." He said, "I ain't never had." And he said, "You don't think I'm attractive?" And I said, "No." And it wasn't so much that he wasn't attractive or was attractive. I just knew that that wasn't the man God had for me. I just know it's not. So I don't want no man at no club. I don't want any of
So
that.
then the words that I want him to get in the car, those need to be uprooted because now the man that get in the car, it's a surrounding of words because words are still there. I want the one for me to get in this car. That needs to be uprooted because he may not be getting in that car. God may have him destined to find you somewhere totally different. And you've narrowed it down to that car because you're saying, I don't go anywhere. So you don't understand, like Mary said, how can this be? Seeing I know not a man. So you're going by the things you understand and you can see or comprehend. So those words to keep every man from getting in saying, oh, here's my number. No,
Yeah, because
no.
it's
Then the
definitely.
other one says, so you want me to get in this car. And then if another one come and say, oh, you're, so now it's focused on, we have to try to get her to pick us because she's got the words lingering in her car. I want him to get in this car with
No.
me.
Mm-mm. Girl, no.
So everyone that get in feel those words and gonna find you attractive because that is your words
Because
that's lingering
I
in the
let the
car.
pretty I let the real pretty going to work today, and that man I had did my eyeshadow according to the book, the little
Hmm.
guide that I googled the actual palette to see how the
Hmm.
colors go, in the palette, and I seen this guy and when he got in there he said oh, and he said and you're pretty, and he was like I ain't never he said, and he sat all the way up from the back seat. I said, would you please sit back? He sat all the way up and said, oh, and your toes, and you got, okay. And he said, and you got the little slits in your shorts. He said, okay. And he said, you going to get out and let me see you. I said, no, I'm not going to do any of that. None of that. He said, so come on, let's just go out there. I'm not doing any of that. None of it. And he said, come on, and you don't want to do nothing. I said, no. And so he
That's the
said,
only reason because of your words.
yeah, I said, And he said, so I can't have your number. I said, no. And then he said, 0 stars. because because you
Mm-mm.
give people 5 stars on Uber when they drive, when they
It's
take you.
okay.
And
So if he take all the zero stars away, it's okay. So you need to uproot those words. I want you to
yeah,
get in the
I
car with
said, because
me.
that was funny how that white man said it. He said, let's go back to that.
Yeah. So our words are power. Our words can cause reactions
yeah.
because they're invisible, but they have power. So that's what's lingering in your car. That's why, even though he may have gotten in, if you had never said that, he would have just, it probably would have been totally different because he would have said, she's attractive. But he probably wouldn't get to the point and say, so you're not going to get my number.
I said
It
that.
just would have been, keep it moving.
I seen this other sect now the white man earlier. I want an older man, and and he got in the car and he said, so he said if you would have come across me a little while ago, and he said I'm telling you I've just done some things and with women and I let them get my credit cards and I buy them cars and he had the prettiest white hair you ever want to see in your life, and you could tell that's what the women go after, and it was long and it was in a ponytail, and he had on a nice white shirt, and he said yeah, and I just I'm just not good at it, and he says not something I've ever even thought was a good idea. And he said, I'm telling you, them women have just, oh, and he said, I've done so many things. And then and he said, but now, and I just laughed. We laughed all the way to him going to pick up his car. But he said, now it's just me. And I mean, I didn't see that he was flirting with me at all. But when them people be in my car, I don't say nothing. I don't care what they look like. I could be thinking it all to myself. I'm not going to say one word. One word. Because I'm at work. And so that's a big no no. Now, if they say, can I have your number or something like that, then that's different. And even still, I might not. I might just get theirs. But I, for the most part, I looked at pretty today. So I felt pretty. But I don't be flirtatious with the ride. really, to be honest with you, I said that I want the man to get in the car with me, but the man that God had for me is, I think, done already seen me, and then probably, because I used to have this man that used to message me, and he used to say, "You are so gorgeous, and I'm gonna be with you," and so I don't know. I just think that God have who He got for me, and whoever that is, it's gonna be. But wherever I see Him, I know.
When you stop thinking about it, it'll come.
Yeah, that's for sure, and that's what I thought about today. I said that exact same thing. When you stop
And
thinking
when
about
you're
it,
not thinking about stuff,
yeah,
that's when you find it. Like you said, look what I
yeah,
found.
because that's how catch up was. When I stopped thinking about it, Vonda said, "Please come go to church tonight." And I went, and I said, "Who is that?" And
You
they
have
said,
to get
"Oh,"
lost.
I said, "Oh, girl, that's catch up, huh?"
You have to get lost so you can be found. You're not getting lost. When you get lost, that's when Jesus came and found us when we were lost. If you know where you are, you're not lost.
I'm
So
just,
you can't be found.
I'm just gonna really, really, to be honest with you, I got to really just be thinking about myself. A lot of things I want to work on, credit, all that stuff. Be just sitting up there talking, I want a husband, and
But
when they say,
when you're thinking about credit and all that stuff,
mm-hmm,
then you see when Esther went to see the king, it's in the word of God. She didn't require nothing.
and she
She
didn't have nothing either.
she already had everything she needed for the king that she would approach. The women that went into that competition with her were saying, "Oh, we need to do this, we need to do this," and the guy who was in charge of the women gave them everything they needed. He knew the king, but he also chose the women that was going to go before the king. Esther only took what the keeper of the women gave her, nothing else, nothing less. She had never been before a king before. She was a beautiful young lady. She wasn't trying to get nothing. She already had it. And so when her turn came, it will come your time. When her turn came to go in to see the king, she went in only with what was given her. So if she had short hair, she had short hair. If she had big lips, she had big lips. If she had a little waist, she had a little waist. She went in what was given her by the keeper of the women, but in this case, she went in also with what God had given her. And she also kept what Mordecai told her: don't reveal your nationality, don't tell them who you are. So when we're getting ready to meet a king, you don't have to know anything about me. Nothing. I'm only getting what's been given to me. If I'm dark skinned, I'm okay with that. I'm all right. If I could look nice, I am looking nice. But I'm not going to make it a priority because the king already is king. Whatever I don't have, it's already being given to me by the keeper of the women. So when my time comes, no matter what, I'm going in. Whether you don't have all your teeth or not,
Who
you
don't
going in.
have
Whether you got,
all their teeth?
I'm saying like how I'm missing my teeth in the front.
Oh.
When my time come to see the king, that king is not gonna see nothing about me that he don't like if he like it. So when they came, he had to touch the top of the scepter. That's all he. When he reached his scepter out to her, she gotta know. I gotta touch the tip, honey. If she didn't know how to do that, you'll never go see the king. So do I know how to touch the top of the scepter? And the Bible says the scepter is righteousness. That's the scepter of the kingdom. So when Jesus spreads his scepter onto us, you got to touch the tip to go in and see the king. You got to touch righteousness. So no matter what you have or don't have, You don't have to try to measure up. You already got what you need from the Holy Spirit, which is the keeper of the women. You going in when your time comes. You going in, and you're going to touch what you need to touch to get the favor of the king. Can't nobody else touch it like you touch it. So when she went in, said, I shall call you back. And her time, he called her back, honey. She won the crown.
And that other man was so mean to his daughter and told her she was ugly.
Oh,
The uh, Haman's uh, daughter.
so who was ugly?
Haman.
You talking about the older and the younger daughter?
Um,
You're talking about the girl with the cock eye?
no, on the movie, um, Haman, Mordecai had Haman hung,
Yeah.
and Haman's daughter went up for choosing too.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, she went up in the movie. She did.
Oh, I didn't know she was one of the ones.
Yeah, she went up for choosing too in the movie, and when she went up for choosing, um, he told her she was ugly and
Okay,
that she wasn't fit. His wife wanted her to go up to be in the running, and he said
oh,
no, she was ugly in the movie, and he said, and if you don't win, I'm gonna disown you. So they had her go before the king in a veil, and they said we're gonna act like it's a mystery, and so they was trying to trick
that
him.
was in there. They added that in
Oh, they
there.
did. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that was in the movie.
They must have just put it that in there as just something, but that not according to what I read. Now I might have missed it. I can double check it.
Yeah, and I said, wow. Mhm.
Girl, it is 11. Come here. Come here. I knew it. I knew it. 27.
And
And mm-mm. Yeah, it's been some good points made that make me really want to. This is great. So that's basically it. I am going to rest now. Tomorrow I'm going to get the face of my phone fixed to get all my stuff off of that phone. I want all of my podcasts because I was just going to put them all out there. And then I said, Lord, these are some good studies. And then the phone went out. Enemy thought he had it. No, I got another phone. It's the same phone number and the same phone, but I'm going there tomorrow and have them fix the face on the phone and transfer over to my new phone. Because I have to have those words. Those are some good lessons. Mm-hmm. So I will let you go to bed.
yeah, well, I am gonna probably put my makeup on like I did last night before I go to sleep, and then I slept real pretty and cute last night, so I think I'm gonna do that
I'm
again.
going to be cuddling up and slobbing on the sides like you do
No,
at the back of the.
I did because I knew I was going to work. I slept on my sofa instead, and I put my slate on my back, and I just slept so cute. And I woke up and my makeup was perfect, just like it was before I went to sleep. And I put the setting spray on, and all I had to do was get up and just wipe around my face, and then I just did my eyes and my eyeshadow, and that's it, and my eyebrows, and then I got and sprayed my setting spray on, and then cleaned my brushes, and then once I got done with all that, then I was ready to go to bed. And then after that, then I got up this morning and everything was still in place. And I was like, oh, this is great. So I might start make that my regimen. I might not, but I looked at. I felt pretty today, and so it's hard to be in a bad mood when you look pretty. So, and I looked at really pretty. That man said I did, but I felt that I did anyway. But I thanked him for his compliment. He said, "Oh, you pretty, ain't you pretty?" And I was like, "Thank you." And then he said, "Come on, where we going?" I said, "We're not going anywhere. You going where you going, and I'm gonna drop you off." And he said, "Really?" I said, "Really? I ain't finna get caught up in none of that, child. I ain't gonna be doing that anyway, cause I need to be focused on what I'm doing. I don't trust none of these men to be talking about logging off and we finna ride. Mm-mm.
Whatever it is that's reflected on the inside reflects on the outside. If you're thinking, I'm looking pretty today, prettiness is going to be what's praised on the outside. If you, it's whatever's on the inside is going to be praised on the outside. So if you're saying, oh yes, my hair and everything looks good today, that is what's going to be praised. And you're like, really? Yes, really, because you're already on the inside is saying, I look good today. Now, if you didn't know you look good today, and someone comes and says, you look so nice today, then you say, really, thank you. I definitely didn't even think about it. Then that's a true surprise. But if you're wanting to be praised, it will come to you. It will come to you. And it's not by surprise that it's coming to you, because that's what you want. You want to be looked upon as pretty. But if that wasn't your MO or your first thing, then it would not show. It would not even be praised because that's not what you after. So Noah, I'm telling you, we are spirits.
Okay, well then in that case, then what I have to say to that is relevant because I said when he got in the car,
Mm-hmm.
his demeanor was extremely forward.
Mm.
And so I remember Juanita Bynum saying, if a man is forward with you like that, something in your spirit still ain't clean.
Mm.
Because,
Yeah, because he knew that even though he was in a flesh body, the spirit of him knew she wanted attention.
yeah,
So I must, and what the headship of him was saying, praise her beauty. So the subject, or the one that's subject to that head of him, he said out of his mouth, "Ooh, you pretty." That's what his master told him. So he had to be obedient to his master. I'm telling you, everybody is subject to something. Because you can't be, oh, it was subject to stuff in this earth. That's why we walk after the spirit and not after the flesh. Because if you're walking after the flesh, you go, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. So when you get in the car, what is sticking out is saying, hey, ooh, look. Because she's looking for a husband, or she's looking for the man that she desires, be it white, be it black. She's seeking in her spirit. So then the one that gets in, they understand, okay, they're his master and say, she's looking for something. Answer her name. They're following something too. So when they get too forward, then she backs up in her spirit and says, I'm not looking for nothing. I'm fine. No, I'm not giving my, because now she's back into the spirit because she don't feel comfortable being forward because of his forwardness. Then now she says, man, you can hurry up and get out of here. Then she begins communing with herself. So then that's why if you were falling after the spirit, then the spirit will say, you stay covered under Christ which covers you, and you got a meek and quiet spirit, which is under the spirit of Christ, who is your master, and then that way you can hear him when he speaks to you in your right ear. Because if you're speaking in the left ear, then that's those in the it's going after the flesh. They on the left. The spirit speaks through our right ear, where Christ sits on the right hand of us. So that's all that's happening. It's just the response to whatever manifestation is showing. Sometimes when I think I look good too, men do respond. But when you're invisible and you're not thinking about that, then don't nobody say nothing to you because
Mhm.
they can't see you. They can't see you. But when they can see you, the Bible says keep ourselves unspotted from the world. When they can't see you, they ain't got nothing to say. It'll be a quiet ride.
Mhm.
You'll be like, you better hurry up and get out of here. That's when you know that because they can't see nothing. And then whatever they say, then you're responding with life because you know who you are that day. Okay, I know I'm not up for foolishness today. When they talk to you, you can hear it crystal clear. And then when you respond, you're responding with life words. You're not playing with your spirit. They can't get in because everything's blocked by the angels. And you just driving them to their destination. You have a wonderful day, and they get out. You pray over your car when they get out. Next one come in, we ready. Then when they get in, it's on assignment. We on assignment. Christ on the passenger side. Well, actually, he driving. I'm driving in him. He got the wheel. He got my mind. He got my heart, my soul, my will. He got everything. My attitude. I know. That's the way it got to be. And you'll feel good because you'll be like, I'm walking in him. I'm in Christ Jesus. I ain't got to worry about when you get out the car. It's just something strange. You'll be on post. I'm in the spirit, standing up straight, knowing what's going on, in and out, front and back seat. You have a good day. They know when you ain't playing with them. Mm-mm. Or when you be batting and smiling, and they be like, "Ooh, easy. Hey,
Mhm.
what's your name?" Trying to pick you up. Then you say no. Someone comes to you and say, "No, I'm not saying nothing to him in that kind of tone." When you don't give them nothing to feed on, they can't eat. Satan eats flesh. Always remember that. Dust. Eat dust. And our flesh is dust. So we can't give him nothing to eat. He hungry. That's why he looking. You're not hungry because you got the word of God. And he said, if any man hungry, let him come after me. If you thirst, then you believe on me. You ain't got to be hungry and thirsty when you got Jesus Christ.
Mhm.
Mm-mm. It's okay to look nice, but then at the same time, they can know if you looking nice to get something or if you just a nice looking woman. You can't help it if you're a nice looking woman. But are you looking nice to get something or somebody? Because if you are, then they're gonna try to give you them.
No, to be honest with you, when I was in Atlanta, them girls that do Uber, the ones that do it as a second time, a part time, a second job, they
Mm-hmm.
used to have a lace fronts done, and their cars used to be pretty and clean, and they used to be like, yeah, I just do this for, when I get off my main job, I do this, and just for a couple of hours so I go home, or while my kids, doing whatever, they would be doing it. And so I always admired that. And I said, when I started doing it, I want to look pretty doing Uber, like they used to do, and
And
have
they look pretty.
and have my hair done and my eyebrows and all of that. But you know, the the rides though. That's another subject. I ain't finna get into all that, but um, I always want. That's what it was. I just always wanted to look pretty doing it, and I ain't got no boyfriend, but I don't ever get boyfriend material that get in my rides. Um, Uber got my account flagged.
But
Um,
probably the type of man he don't ride Ubers.
right,
You know, that's probably beneath him. He probably don't ride Ubers.
exactly. Somebody else.
And
I told
if,
another lady that I said rich men don't ride Ubers unless they have absolutely no other choice, and they don't always gonna have another choice.
hmm and if you're looking for him to get in an Uber, he probably own a fleet of cars. And you're looking for someone to get in Uber. So then you're taking yourself down to Uber level because you're driving. So you think he matches that. When really you're probably above the Uber.
Yeah, I don't think my guy is gonna be Uber. If he got in an Uber, it would only be to see me. It would not be to really get in an Uber.
Like from one place to the next.
Yeah, he would never. No, he don't do Ubers. And I said that I told one girl that I said I don't really, men with money don't do Ubers. They have drivers.
Yeah, they got cars.
Yeah. And now and again, you might get a man with money. He might not be rich, but he might got money, and he might do a Uber. But
He made just to keep people out of his business.
might, but at the end of the day, I done paid attention to a lot of people that got money. They might not be rich, but they got money, and I done paid attention to a lot of stuff they say, and um, as far as like just different things. And like I said, number one, they don't do Ubers. They have drivers or driver service. So even they might got be okay and might be going to an executive business meeting and they might just got money. But people with money that like live in Westlake, they have drivers. They have a personal driver, but they don't do Uber. Like you said, that's beneath them.
For an Uber, it probably is, but it depends on what you're desiring. See, that would be one of the things. Are you desiring to go in and see the king, or are you, or are you wanting just the keeper of the women? One you trying to go see, because if you're trying to go see the king, then you're going to just receive from the king, the keeper of the women, and just get what he got to give you to cause you to go in and see the king. That's just a keeper of the women, but he don't have nothing to do with it. You already going to see the king if that's what your desire is. You're in the running, so you got to know you're in the running to go see him. But
Honey, when
what
he see me, he gonna say that's everything. That's her. Who is it?
hmm,
I'm serious.
this might be Chris.
Who is that?
I say his name just might be Chris. You're just Crystal.
Mm-mm.
But what if his name is Chris?
Mm-mm.
Would you recognize him?
If I see him, I'll know him. I knew ketchup. I knew
Well,
ketchup.
Ketchup, you didn't know because if you knew him, you would have done him. But you don't know him. You didn't know him. You just was attracted to him.
Ketchup will tell you. I told him. I told ketchup when I seen him. Oh, we gonna be married. Not like the first time I talked to him. Ketchup will tell you after I talked to him a little while. I told him, ketchup. I seen we was married, and he said, I already know. And I said,
Well, then apparently y'all didn't see what it was that you were supposed to see. Maybe it was your desire to be married and you acted on that. But if it was God's will that you be married, you still would be. You still would be.
That's when I go back. That's when I go back to saying what I said. If we did, if let's just let explore that thought. If God had us to separate, because I also told Ketchup in 2017, I woke up and said, Ketchup, I seen me and you was going through a obstacle course. And if we don't do this right, we ain't gonna make it together. And I said, we gonna go through something real hard. I don't know what it is, but it's gonna be hard. And we ain't gonna be, and we not gonna make it if we don't put God first. And here it is, we separated, and we still talk.
So you're saying you didn't put God first?
I'm definitely saying that. I'm definitely saying that. And Ketchup say the same thing.
Well, if you believe in that, so when you saw the obstacle course, then that would have been the time to pray concerning that obstacle course. To
I
get a revelation.
told Ketchup, but I don't think at that time he was
No,
aggravated with me and probably didn't, and I was aggravated with him, and he probably said, "Well, bring it on. How soon is it coming?"
okay, so you had gotten on his nerves.
And yeah, I think we were both.
Because you was talking too much.
Yeah,
You
I was
probably,
definitely
you
talking too
probably
much.
was coming off as you knew the spirit better than him, which turned him off.
No, I was trying to dictate his career.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and
Whereas if you
instead
would have
of
just been quiet, whatever the Lord showed you, even in a dream, you would have just wrote it down. And like
yes,
the lady told Pilate, she
yes,
said, I had a dream last night about that man. That's
yes.
all she
See,
told me.
and that's what I took. That's what I did wrong. I took what the women did in the movie, and I thought
Mm-hmm.
that you go and you tell him what God said. No,
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't supposed to
Mm-hmm.
do that. I wasn't supposed to do that. I was supposed to
Because I
let.
believe God would have shown him too,
He
and he
did.
showed
He
you.
told me that what you saying. I already seen it, but would you please let him tell me?
Oh,
He did. He did.
oh, shit.
Sheep, sheep.
See, you got to know how to hold it, fold it, and know when to walk away. You have to know when to hold your tongue. Even if you know, you can't say it. You got to know how to be quiet and walk with fear because you don't want to release something and get him upset. Then he walk out. Then now you got to go through the obstacle course because you are the one that caused uh, the start of it up. And even though he said, I seen it, but because you said it first, now you have it. Because you the one said it.
Yeah, he did. That's why he.
Because men want to be first in everything, and they are. And they don't like to feel like they're following a woman. Like, oh, she did this,
Yeah.
and we going to go through an obstacle course. Okay,
Right.
okay, so you know. But
Mhm.
I've been seeing it.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're in a tug of war. You're in a tug of war power struggle.
Mhm. Cause
So
that's
now you gotta wait till that come to an end. I know what it's like to wait till it come to an end. You gotta wait till it die out. You don't know how long you're gonna have to wait till they come back around.
but it's
That's
what
if you believe in it. But if you don't believe in it, then that's totally up to you too. But if you believe in that, you can't be looking for this. If you believe in that, that I just believe that he has something for us, then you will wait it out. And you will walk with grace, with God, through Christ, and you will be seen as a kept woman, not as a woman wanting a husband, not a wanting woman, but a married woman. And where is her husband? He's on the other side over there. But see, he said he know we in an obstacle course. Now, either he don't believe what he's saying, then you would need to ask him, are you releasing me? Then you will know. If he says yes, then you can go ahead about your life. But he has to tell the truth. That's the only way, because the Bible says if the unbelieving depart, let him go. If he left you, let him go. It ain't no holding on. But if you're saying, I just think I keep going back to this part about obstacle course, then you're being confused about a dream. But the Word of God says if you have a dream, tell it as a dream, and that's that.
Mhm.
So if you told him the dream and he said, I know I had the dream, then either he don't want it and he has to let you know because it's unfair. Are you all already divorced?
Mhm.
Okay, then he didn't want it. Then it's nothing to wait on. It's nothing to wait on. Then all you would do is get ready to go in and see the king for yourself. It doesn't matter about him anymore. I wouldn't call him anymore. I wouldn't lust for him anymore. I wouldn't long for him anymore. I wouldn't yearn for him anymore. I wouldn't care about how his life is going because the life has been severed. It ain't no more one. It's just like with George. I'm glad he didn't speak to me in the place. I didn't speak to him. He probably was glad because he said at least you did what the Spirit had you do. He was wise enough to say that. And he said, I wish you well. I wish you well too. He was happy. So was I. If he's married, fine. I'm not missing anything. But I told the Lord, I admire him. I admire his humble spirit. And I want my spirit to be humble too. So I learned from him. And then he learned from me. Now, let each other go and walk in love. And that's it. So now what am I going to do? I want to go and get a makeover and my haircut and a nice suit and go and talk to women. That's what I desire to do. And I don't know why it's taking me so long to do it. I mean, I've been talking to them online, but I'm ready to be seen. I'm ready to come out of hiding. I want to do that, and that's what I'm going to do. People in Georgia didn't receive me, so I shook the dust off my feet, and now I'm in North Augusta, and we're going to try it over here and see what's going on.
Mhm.
But I'm not going to try to do it all pretty. I'm just going to do it simple. Just get yourself looking nice, and I want to get my face and stuff done and all. Take me one media picture. You don't need all of those things. And write up the write up. Get a website done. And I read all of what I'm supposed to do. And and some of what I did see, the Lord showed me, I didn't do it, but He was right. My book, it brought up that's the hub of everything, and I had it right, but I didn't trust myself or believe in me. Each chapter, you take that. That's a podcast. I said, "Oh Lord, you told me that,"
I did too.
and I read it, and then when I read it, I was like, "I had it up there," and I said, "I have to start trusting my inside." Because
See,
I was
I'm
like,
gonna tell you right quick how that when I get ideas like that, and
mm-hmm,
then I do because I told I sit there and question, but the Lord told me, don't, my children know my voice and they know the
yeah,
wisdom,
mm-hmm,
but sometimes your flesh will be shocked by the wisdom because you still flesh. So you'll
mm-hmm,
be shocked by wow. So I would go and Google and
mm-hmm,
see. And
mm-hmm.
when I would do it and them people would say, how did you come up with something so smart? And I would be like, oh, that really sounds smart. Oh, nobody else would think to do that. Cause
I
when I be doing my my live like on education and stuff like that, I people be saying that is so smart. You right. Kids should not be going to school like they are anymore. And I'll be like, yeah, they need to learn in the environment because it teaches them more and they're better prepared for jobs and they're ready because they're already getting acclimated to work, what it feels like to work and this that and the other, so they be ready and they be like, yeah, who told you that? The Lord, you know, because I be out here working in the environment, so the wisdom that you're getting comes from the Lord. So that wisdom, when you go and look at it and look at somebody else and just tell it to somebody else, they'll say, "Wow, how did you get that, the Lord?" And then and you'll hear it because it'll bear witness with,
Right. And
yeah.
I just never when I began to write it down, and I the website is what I have to create myself, but I'm gonna have it created. And it was like your book is the hub of your content, which is, and you need a website. That book is the hub of your website. And I said, wow. So then it said, take your chapters, what you're going to build your podcast around. And I said, I love it. I
Mhm.
was so excited. And you're going to talk about the heart of our relationship. You're going to talk about it. I had started this on TikTok and stopped it. And then time to become one. Let's talk about it. And
Mhm.
just like how you're saying those 10-minute or 5-minute segments, time to become one. You go into it. I've been listening to 88.3, how they come into a podcast. They talk a little bit about it. And now let's, for the next 30 minutes, go in and talk to Brother Sandell, whoever he is, about how to do this. And then, so that's how your podcast will start off. A taste, and then what we're going to talk about, how long it's going to be, and who's going to talk. I said, thank you.
And oh, and then you'll be surprised. Joyce Meyer said last night on TV, and cause see, I listen to them because they done
Mm-hmm.
already made it,
They're out there.
and they give you the cheat sheets to all the stuff if you listen, especially TD Jakes. And
Mm-hmm.
so she said, um, she said when I started doing this, she said she now that lady done wrote over a hundred.
You be talking like a you.
That lady,
She have her mouth still closed and talking.
I listened to her. I listened to her last night. She she said that that lady done wrote 170 some books,
It's the
and
secret to the right. I
I'm
know.
gonna tell
She
you
went
what,
to
and
Pastor
I'm gonna,
I.B. Hilliard to do and learn how to write the books.
girl. She said with all that money, listen to what this lady said. With all that money, and she white, so you know she know what she talking about. She said, uh, a company is not going to publish your book if you don't have a promise attached to it. And she said it they will not. And she said, and furthermore, they're not going to publish content that's about obedience, about stuff like that. She said, so I have to sneak it in and get in what God want me to say. Because if you say, she said, if you come out with a title like being obedient to the will of God, she said they're not gonna publish it. And she said, and they ain't gonna, it's not gonna sell well either. So she said you have to put that underneath the topic, under a
That's what
promise.
God taught.
Yeah, yeah. She said it gotta go under a promise. And so
Mm-hmm.
I said, wow. So I was listening to her, and she said, yeah, she said, my books that I really wanted, she said, just like you, it's stuff I really wanted, and I can't say it. They won't publish it for me. And see, she got a contract, so she have to see how God to give her the wisdom to say what she want to say. Now, some people might say, well, you can't say you won't be right with him because that's just the way of the world. like you said, you call 88.3, and they said,
Mhm.
yeah, we that's not something we want to do. So then you have to go back and say, okay, well, what other way can I say it and still get my way across? Because that's what Joyce Meyer said she did. So
Mhm.
even though when you said earlier today, you said the lady said, we want a little bit more of this. She said, Joyce Meyer said the same thing. And she said, and she went and told them, well, okay, I'm going to come back. And she said she went back and she said she talked to the Lord and she said she tried it again and looked at the books that she done did. She just went back and changed it, instead of it putting it on the front of the book, it's in the inside. And she said, and they told her that people are not going to buy anything that they don't have a promise to. That you promising them that at the end of this book, you're going to be able to be like this.
Yes, right.
Yeah. And that's what's going to make them pick it up because they're going to feel like they getting something. She said, everybody want to feel like they getting something out the deal. And I said, wow, that is so true. And it is. So when you putting that together, you give them something and put your title together. Look, what was the title you said? You got a right to fight.
No, it's about my but one flesh.
Oh, okay.
And that's what I wanted to do. But in that, you got a right to fight is basically something that I was doing on the side. But I don't have to keep starting these new projects. I can include that is inclusive of what I'm already doing. So
Yeah.
that's what I just don't want to keep starting all of these things. You got to take what you already got and make it go. Because I'm already doing it. It's already done. So that's what I came up with. I said, thank the Lord, He showed me. It was already done. You take those podcasts, and this man wrote me and said, tell me in two sentences or more, what is your business about? What is uh, wedding solutions or marriage solutions about? Because I had something out there, marriage solutions, and a lot of people was going to marriage solutions or solutions and wanting to consult with me. And they kept writing me, and I never did respond. And I said, you can't just be making these things up. People want help. So I said, well, I wrote it back to him, and he was like, good job, good job. I
So
was
wait
like,
a
are you
minute.
married?
Somebody wrote you back for information and you didn't respond?
Mm-mm. I
Okay.
don't be responding because I ain't have my stuff together. But I
Okay, come
had
here.
ads up.
Come here.
I had ads out there, and I was like, so what do I tell them?
It's a little note. I'm telling you, it's in. You know that it's in there. It's
So I didn't know what
a
to say,
little
so I
a
said,
little
well,
problem, and
so
then
that's
be
what
get.
made me say, you got to get it all together, Maxine. You're not ready yet. You're not ready till you're ready. And
But
I said,
but you got to
okay.
but you got to also. This why I tell you too. This why I listen to so many people that have already gone before me, because if you listen to them other people that's where you are, whoever you respect that God done, put in your path for you to listen to and get wisdom from. When you listen to it, you gotta look and say, okay, what did they get out of this, and where did they come from? But you also gotta listen to and understand that they'll tell you they had to start somewhere. TD Jakes say you ain't gonna never feel like you ready. He said never. He said you ain't gonna never feel like you made it. He was crying on last Sunday in the pulpit with his wife, and he said, "You remember when we used to get wig? What you call that? That they buy your milk?" And she said, "Wig." And he said, "You remember when we was selling pop bottles?" And she said, "Yeah." And he said, "Wasn't God faithful?" And she said, "Yeah." And they was just crying and hugging in the pulpit. That man say, "If y'all only knew." He said, "If you only knew where we was." So
That's true.
and people would be thinking he came from a rich family. That man said his car got repoed and everything. And he'll tell you that by him selling. He say that almost whenever he get to saying, he'll tell you he was selling bottles
I
and
remember when we used to do that.
yeah, bottle tops.
We had bottles.
Yeah, then we used to take it was 10 cent, wasn't it?
We used to get a quarter. I thought it was something.
But yeah, he'll tell you. We used to go up the street and sell pop bottles. And now look at where God got that man at with all that money and all those things that he's over. And he started there, but he was faithful. And he said that one day he said he taught the things. And he said, I know somebody might not say, whatever. He said, but I taught the things. And he said, I came home one day and I said, House, you lying on me.
What?
He said he told his house he was lying on him because his house, the lights was off. And he said, and he told the devil he's a liar. The house is lying that God had provided. And so he said he speak back to whatever the devil used to try to tell him that
To try to get his pay.
yeah, to try to get his faith. So he said a liar. So he said he told the devil, "You a liar. You lying on the God is a provider. You lying on me. He worshiped, a God that would provide for him." He said he had 5 kids. So he got five. I named 4 names. He got five. So he said God did that. So it's just something that we have to, you know, have faith in and believe for. But I ain't gonna hold you, honey. I done sat here and got my makeup on and got my face done for work tomorrow, if the Lord's will. So, um, you pray for me on my job. Um,
Pray for you about what?
hmm,
Pray for you about what?
you
What are
know,
you gonna do with the instructions?
well, before we was on this phone at night, I had cleared off my board because I was gonna go over there and write what you said. I was gonna do. I like to study, and so I was gonna go over there and write down what you said about um, you get the scriptures on oppression, and you need to write them down, and you need to study them, and you need to speak them out over your situation. And so that's what I was gonna do, and then I was gonna meditate on that because it's so easy to meditate on what the enemy said, on what the situation looked like, to try to make a situation when it ain't no situation. If the Lord is a provider, then it ain't no situation. If you know that the person lied on you, then you cast the lie down, and you tell the Lord, and then you, like you said, you split the word on. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you believe it wholeheartedly. Ain't no lie, none.
Mm-mm. And I knew it was. Um, I knew it was. I just know it was nothing but the devil. But regardless of that, When I had came home, I said I don't really want to really call Easter back and just have all that negativity to talk about. I don't want to keep putting all that stuff in the air because I know that God is a provider and He paid my rent this month and my stuff, and He gonna pay it next month and whatever it's due. And so I'm just gonna trust Him and believe in that, and not worry about what it looked like or what somebody said, because I know that God, like He said, He only operates in truth, and so I'm not gonna worry about anything else. And so that's what I had chose to do. Just come home and still get in your day, in your night, and whatever that was that you planned to do, and just trust the Lord. So, yeah.
Okay. So are there any other concerns?
No, everything is good to go. I just finished putting on my makeup, and I'm gonna spray my face again, and I'm gonna get ready to go to BED.
I know that's what I was going to tell. Okay.
All right.
We'll
Uh,
talk to you at another day and time.
all right. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank God.
And we had a good conversation tonight.
It was really a lot of good topics.
It really was. We have great conversations sometimes. I really like these conversations.
Don't lay down. And get some rest. And it'll be all right.
All right.
All right. And
All right. Bye bye.
bye bye.
Happy Saturday, Chef Fam.